Hello, 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 and welcome back. Hope everyone's doing well today. Hope everyone's having a good one. I'm trying a little bit of a new thing with my setup because I got something yesterday, finally. One of the many things I've ordered, alongside some PC parts. It's cheap times, right? I'm just trying it out. Seeing how I want to have this handled. If you're wondering, it's basically a thing for mounting my phone, so if I wanted to do VTuber stuff, again in the future we have an easier way of doing it, so we'll hold it. But also, yeah, so seeing how that goes. Hey Yanya, how's it going? Drop by quickly to say hi. Well, it's always good to hear from you. Trying to think what we're gonna work on today. Going to take care of nephews? Oh god. I hope that's more pleasant than it sounds. Alright, there we go. Maybe this will work. Doing babysitting for your sister in about a week? Ah, fair enough. One boy and is 5 and the other is 10. Okay. It shouldn't be too bad. Go Malith, am in another stream, fair. Alright. So, one thing I want to actually work on quickly, and I think this is a very important thing that I'm being stupid for not having done this, and this is actually something that's really, really valuable. And I do want to actually talk about this quite a bit. So, something that I've not done, and it's probably worthwhile, like, talking about, is, so first of all, we have this, which is global dot, is it master volume? Cool, so that's actually added in correctly. But there's something else that, I thought about setting up. So there is a thing they got that Thought reminded me about. I don't know when he actually talked about it, but I only looked at it recently. Which is sound fatigue. Alright? So what this is in simple form is when you would hear a sound over and over. Right? And there's certain sounds you're gonna always hear, like, kind of regularly. One of the big ones in my game here is the EXP pickup, right? So you're gonna hear that constantly. So there is two main ways to do this, to kind of mitigate sound fatigue. One way is to do 3 or more of the sound of different like different sounds, and have it kind of random rotate between these, so you get a bit of a variety. The other suggestion, and this is what we're gonna implement now, is to take the pitch and plus minus 5% as a range. So this is actually really easy to do, by the way, because all I would need to do for it in this case is Now, I need to double check, can I go over 100 with this? Yes, I can go outside of the average means. Great. So all I'd need to do is this. A random range of this. And that should rectify a lot of that audio fatigue that you'd get. So if we hop in for a second and let's hear what this sounds like maybe. This is, again, like, this is kind of one of those, like, little things that you could make an argument, why am I doing this now? It's because I got reminded of it and it is actually quite valuable. As a player, you're going to definitely struggle if I didn't do something like this. So, let's let the enemies spawn. Yeah, so there's a mild difference between them. Some of it doesn't sound right though, so maybe I've done something wrong. Just gonna double check some of these values. Uh, Interesting. I feel like I need to play around with some of these things at some point. Alright. So let's see how this sounds. It is going to be definitely something that takes me some time, by the way, to get used to the phone no longer being directly in front of me, but instead to be in my upper right. My upper right, so it's above my like monitoring screen. It just sounds like it's not playing sometimes. Yeah, like right there. That didn't sound like it played, right? I'm gonna have to rely on the alt for a really good testing on this, aren't I? What happens if I take this out? Does this stop that from feeling awkward? Oh, I don't know. I do not know. Have I misinterpreted random range? It should be a value between the two values, no? So maybe putting it at 0.95 and 1.05 should mean that it results in a value between those two values. So why am I getting no audio sometimes? Let's see what a debug output would show us. In case I'm just being like an absolute idiot. Ah. iRandom range can't handle decimals. Can it? Okay, thanks. I've realized that now. Cool. Alright. So I have to do this as whole numbers, and then it's divide this value by 10, or divide this by 100. That would explain why we're getting yes and no's, basically. Why the audio is not working and is working, right? And it was inconsistent. We're not actually getting like audio differentiation. Should be more notable now and should actually be correct. Okay, so we are getting it now. Okay, I'm gonna have to re-add the audio cutoff. Because there was a couple of moments there that made me wince from the audio. I do apologize to anyone else if that was awful for you as well. Again, that is the issue of playing with... Audio is probably one of the worst things to play with, play around with when you're doing dev testing, because it's one of the few things, in my experience, for me at least, that like if you get something wrong, it actually just can hurt. I think the range might be a little too much. What do we think? Here's the big test. Yeah, I think that range is a little too much. There's just some of the outliers are a little harsh on my ears. So I'm just gonna pull this down by to 3 either side for now. And we'll see how that feels later. You You guys. Yeah. So that should be a little bit better. Which that's a nice one. So with damage, I'm not too concerned because we do actually have 3 separate audios for when taking damage, and I was intending to do some changes to that eventually, but that required me doing a soft change to how characters are constructed. I don't intend to do that until we're actually ready to do the baseline for saving player data, so saving what character, what skin you have selected, what assist you had selected. None of that actually saves at the moment. Like even between runs, I believe. I believe it resets the moment you go back to the lobby because of the way that everything's reconstructed. So there is an argument to be made that that should be a priority, but it's, again, that's one of those difficult ones of I kind of want to leave most of that to the lobby rework, or the lobby patch. So we'll see. We'll see. What else do I have in here? Yeah, that was a consideration. Okay, how about I start working on a boss? I could work on a boss. It's been a while since we've worked on one, and it's part of a lot of changes that are going to come with this, right? Yeah. So, I'm going to test something on our basic version of bosses with party animal. So it's this one. So, what is the term for this? It's in step event and it's unused. Place meeting. I believe it's place meeting is the function that I wanted, right? Yeah, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to rip this off, put that here. Is the collision's not stored locally, right? On the boss? I believe I referenced to the controller for getting the collision path. Let's see. That's enemy spawn locations grid, which I don't think that's fully working correctly. This is something that we're going to have to go over and do something with at some point. But this should be the grid of pathing. But yeah, I think it's... Collision tiles are here. So that would be the controllers. What is that? What did I call it again? Controller create lay ID. So O controller enemy dot lay ID, and then it's going to be X plus, and we'll set these values separate for a second. Var X equals var YY equals and then it will be X plus XX, Y plus YY. And then if this is, so what is this? This is, we want it to return false. Yeah. If there is not a collision, XX, YY. So what this should do, and we should see this pretty easily, is that now the boss's dash will not put it through a wall, like into terrain. That's something we've seen a lot, from the thing. This should rectify that. If this rectifies it, then we're going to be using place meeting a little bit more often with how enemies are handled. Right? Because it should mean that we can do place meeting and then we can start implementing the knockback system that we wanted to add in. Because that's the thing that we do need to actually implement, is the changes to adding in a knockback idea that's better than what we have. Because to give an idea, went too far, god damn it. So currently how knockback works is it just takes the value from, say, we'll call this is the weapon. Say it has a knockback of 5. We'll just say 5 for now. What this will do is that when the enemy collides with it, it will negative its directional value for a moment. Like, and it will send it in a negative directional value. So it'll force an input of 5 onto it, which in a sense, because of the way we do pathing, this doesn't actually basically do anything. And what it's actually doing is it's not moving it, it's sending it. So it's not actually like taking this object and pushing it to this location, it's actually taking this object and setting its location to this. Which means knockback is instantaneous. That's not a very visually appealing knockback. That's not also very interpretable to the player. This is actually leaves a lot of room for misconstruing. So the intention I have for the rework is to move away from this idea and move to an idea where I actually set a knockback value to the target. We'll just go var knockback on the enemy. And then tell it like it's being knocked back. When this value is not like say 0 or whatever, it is getting thinged. So it then takes this as a as a thing to do before movement. Right? So what I can also potentially do with this then, so do the, so knockback, before move, right? It also means if I want the knockback to be super impactful, we can actually add basically a soft stun to it. So it'll be something in the code that's basically just, it's being knocked back, don't process movement. And I'll write a thing so we get basically a check of if it's already being knocked back and another knockback comes in, which one is greater? Add the greater one and then add its soft stun if it is a soft stun. Otherwise, yeah, because we don't want to have it like multi knockbacking. And we want to obviously have a little bit of a cooldown for knockback, in a sense. So once it's, in the short of it, we're going to probably have like an internal cooldown for knockback, realistically. So this is probably not going to be too necessary. This will be. So it means stacking knockbacks is actually probably quite detrimental. Because if you have too many instances of knockback, you're probably actually not going to get much value out of it. Unless they're very different kinds of knockback where one affects it more likely at range and then one affects it more at point blank. So you're less likely to get overlap, then at that point in time there's a value point for it. But the reasoning why this is kind of important as well is that we do need to have inverted. So we need to have drag options. Now, what I mean by drag options, there is specifically one ability that comes to mind with this, and this is Gushing Blowhole, Shylili's weapon. That one needs to have the ability to be able to drag enemies to its center point with a greater magnitude or power than movement would be. So we're probably going to give that soft stun and drag and leave it at that. We'll see how we want to handle the soft stun though. But we need to see if this works first, because this matters. Because if this works as I expect it to, this means that we can implement this for the knockback, because that's the important thing. We want to try and ensure that enemies don't get knocked out the map. So what I'm going to go and do is go to the player's step event, and do I have still a boss spawn? I do. Cool. I do still have a dev key for the boss spawning. It is B. Need to remember that. Interesting. Cool. Alright, so that is a mistake. And that should be rectifiable. So that's because we were using lay ID. But I thought lay ID could work. Was I miss layer get ID collision tiles? Layer tile map get ID. This is, wait, that's different, isn't it? Layer tile map get ID. Layer get ID. Layer tile map get ID. So we need map ID, not layer ID. That's what we need. Okay, it works, but it doesn't really like it in some regards. Because, like, I can catch it on here and it's not going to be able to jump because hitting the corners. So we've got to keep that kind of thought about when doing this. It does here drastically nerf a lot of these sorts of characters. I feel like there needs to be more a particle effect of this. I mean, to be fair, I should actually make it look like it's leaping instead of gliding. Right? That's a very valid argument to that. Because the fact is that I think the foot being still is probably one of the things that hurts it the most by design. That it's not easy fix, but it's a fix that, like, I know what I'd need to do for that. So overall, though, that works how I want it to, more or less. It's a little sad that it kind of is a bit jank around the edges, but that's something that, like, again, it's an easy boss. The players should be able to find easier ways to abuse an easy boss. Or a normal boss, I should say. So this means we can use this for enemy knockback architecture. So what we're probably going to do is in the step event, so this here, this can be changed completely. To instead having the if not place meeting. And honestly, this is probably not going to be handled here. This is probably going to be handled on the... no, we're going to have it here. No, okay. I'm not going to have this bit here, but we're going to handle... so we're going to handle this part of it, the movement-related one, here. Because this is the correct place to do this. The problem is pathing doesn't really need it. right? Pathing handles it itself. Yeah. Like, pathing handles it itself, or it just... Yeah, so the other... That bit of code handles it getting out of its terrain, and that's fine. I'll leave it as is then. Like, if it is in terrain for some reason, it does need an like a way of getting out. So that does make sense. Okay, so let's go in here. Let's go into the create, and let's think about this. So let's write up some values. So this is going to be knock back related. So we said we want a knock back. What do we want to call it? Like, do we want to just call it distance? So we call it knockback distance, and then we go for knockback stun. Those were the two values we definitely felt we wanted for the knockback. So then controller anime. Because the thing is, I don't want it to be a state, because we want other events to occur during this point. That's why, like, I'm trying to be weird about this, is because we're trying to make it an external factor. You can be stunned and knocked back, you can be moving, and knocked back, you can be pathing. At this point in time, pathing is not going to get knocked back, but to be fair, pathing needs to have, like, a little bit of love as well, because I have the system mostly there. We just need to actually implement it, and then we'll be able to test it a little bit more often. Something that I am a little disappointed that it's taken me too long to kind of get to that point. Alright, so now this means that if I knock back and want to soft stun it, I can. And it just basically means that if it is true, we won't push a path through to the target. We're gonna have to probably make a function for it as well that deletes the path immediately to lock it out of movement, because this is only occurring every so many alarm times, right? Hey, Anoxy, how's it going? So that's an important thing to keep in mind. Is that, yeah, we're gonna have to write a function relative to this. write something in here, I guess. I think notification lied to me. I thought you were on Warframe and got excited. No. I thought I changed that. I changed my Twitch thing to be not Warframe. Yeah. No, I don't. Again, I don't stream often the same thing twice. When I can avoid it, is the big thing. Oh, yeah. Sorry for getting you all excited, though. ID... distance... And then, stun. Equal false. Yeah, I did Warframe yesterday and did very low luck and jack shit really actually happened. Did farm a bit closer to getting Citrine though. I do need to get that frame because it does look quite interesting, and especially one part of it just confuses me that I'm sitting there like there's no way they let that in the game. And it's just left there. Maybe it's because not enough people have got Citrine or something, but like holy shit. It's one of the few times where like an ability just shoots people through walls. And it does an insane amount of damage, which just scares me, if that is true. Distance. Now, do we make the knockback check something done here, or do we do it somewhere else? I feel like we might as well do it within the function. So what we're gonna probably have is if knockback distance is less than 0, but less than or equal to 0. As a way of making it so you can't just true perfect knockback. And then that is a good point. Enemy parent, go here. Do that. Now, the other thing I need to remember when you said this is in here, I also do need to have, if path exists, path Path. Delete. Path. And what's the other one? It's walk speed equals 0. So that should freeze it technically in place for the knockback. But let's actually, again, we want to tie that behind stun. Cool, there we go. Now we go back to the enemy parent and go into the step event. And then we have knockback logic here. Also, I'll just write here. So, how do I want to do this logic? Gotta have an if actually first. If knockback distance is greater than 0, var is so we need to also do that. That's a good point. So knockback direction. We're gonna have to also pass through direction into this thing, so let's just close that for a moment. Enemy debuff script. So direction. Knockback direction equals direction. And why? So then trying to think. Then we're gonna have to do if not, what was it called again? God damn it. Place meeting. Place meeting. So I'm gonna do this a little differently. And this is maybe how we're also gonna kind of do this sort of stuff moving forward. We will see. It was map ID. And then knockback distance minus equal knockback per frame if knockback distance becomes less than 0, less than or equal to 0. Knockback distance equals 0. Knockback stun equals false. Knockback direction equals 0. So that's our little soft reset for the knockback. So that should work. I believe. Now, mind you, this value's probably going to have to be modified. Because at the moment, this is what, 10? We might make this just 5 for safety's sake. And what's a good weapon to test this with? Let's test this with, like, Iron Mike, because it should have just the baseline knockback, which I think is 5 by default. So if we go to player, and we're going to have to edit the weapon itself mainly for this. So weapon parent scripts, I believe, is where a lot of this is going to be handled. Because it is this section here. If object push equals true. So what we're going to do is, instead of this bit here, just going to get this out. We're going to do the function, which was knockback enemy. And so we do array ID I. Direction is dir. Distance is object dot pull push power. And then it's just going to not stun for now. So the beauty of this should mean that we shouldn't have too many issues and this should be a lot faster and easier to make. So let's just go back to the weapon component, the main weapon, go to the create, and see what the default values are for some of this. So pull push power, so let's turn this to 5 by default. So there's a fair bit of knockback. There's at least 1 frame of knockback for enemies. And see how this looks. Now, we can't really see it there. That's fine. Cool. Let's put this to 10 then. And see if we can see it, like, do it a little bit more. Keep in mind that, like, technically that was a single frame out of, was it 60, 30, I think it's 60 FPS. So it's unsurprising we probably didn't see much. So, with that being the case, let's really ramp this up then. So if it's 5 per frame, then let's put it to 60. That should be half a second of knockback then. And let's see how this does. Still not seeing anything. Okay. 120. Okay, reset the program. I thought he'd closed, but hey. So this should be a full second of knockback. Doesn't seem to be... Maybe the value is just not enough. Let's do this and then increase how much it actually does it by. Apparent. So the preview from my recommended list, very cool. Hope it all goes well. Thank you very much. Can't wait to send this to the moon. This may be way too much value, but we'll see. We'll see. It's better I send the enemies to the moon than don't do anything at all with them. Then I can tell it's working. Okay, it is clearly not working. Alright, that's a concern. Interesting. Is the value still just too low? No, it shouldn't be, because like 50 should be more than noticeable, so we clearly got something wrong here. Maybe I'm setting pull push power in the weapon and I'm not realizing that I am. Weapon setup create. No. Weapon setup stats. I'm pretty sure that's only area, right? Yeah, it's area related. Okay. So how about I go here then, and we just take this. Okay. Control K. So let's put in a little safety check with this as well. So we're not wasting processing time. Okay, let's see how this looks. If we need to, we can turn on the stun for a little bit to see how that might play out. No, it's still just not knocking them back. Okay, what happens if I put in... Yeah. How much is this gonna change the code? Can't tell me that's not fucking funny. So clearly it's kind of working. So why is it working when I force not movement? Is pathing overriding it? Because if that is the case, then I will have to say no to pathing. And I have to write a manual pathing code. Maybe it's a chase scenario. Maybe it's chase code, which means that we need to move it. Let's try putting it here. The sound effects are good. Oh, you mean like the damage ones? Yeah. The EXP ones have also improved. I'm happy with the EXP changes. How often is this alarm running? Alarm 0. Every 30 frames, every half a second. How bad is this if I ran this every frame? Basically made it a step event. No, I don't have it enabled at the moment. Do I? Yeah. I need to run the debug stuff so I can actually see the processing problems that might come from running this much of this code every frame. So I know why the delay for them getting knocked back, that's something that's very simple to resolve, because that just means that with the knockback effect, we apply the code that would be required for doing knockback. So I'm probably going to make that as a separate function, so I can just call it in multiple locations very cleanly and easily. And if I want to modify it, then I can modify it faster. So this is likely going to be a situation where I'm going to have to do some weird stuff with the, when things are done. So I'm going to have to probably... What we're probably going to have to do is we're going to have to change the pathing logic to being independent of the movement logic, and then having it store the path a bit more effectively. Which is going to be really, really frustrating to kind of like move all of that stuff around. But this code here, this is probably stuff that needs to be done step event wise. This stuff here, this probably doesn't. Right? And then we just use the step event to supersede this pathing when we need to. With knockback, with other systems, yada yada yada, right? It would resolve a lot of our issues. So that's going to be kind of annoying. Yes, code, I see. Yes. The floor is made out of floor. How you going, Roger? Hope all's well. So, okay, let's move this to a function. So we needed to move this to enemy scripts. Function Wait a minute, this floor isn't made of floor, it's made of polycarbonate fibers. So let's give this a ID target and it will do the rest. So we're just doing this as a little precaution for safety's sake. Doing an instance exists like this means that I can just better handle a few things. So let's take that bit of code then from the controller for knockback. And then we're going to have this placed back here. And then I'm going to do this here. I'm also just going to quickly copy this and this. Find nearest thing. Grab this. And then we don't need to process this bit here anymore, because that will be handled external to that. And then we're going to rip this all out. Go to the create event. We can change this now to being 60 seconds. So every 60 frames. So every second. Do we think every second they should get their pathing redone? Yeah, I think every second's fine. And then we're going to add in here all of the logic for movement. Now, the biggest change we need to make is, so if we look at stun, I believe it is just path delete. So we need to change that to a system similar to path hold. Now, internally to the object, it will handle this, but we can move pretty much all of this away. In fact, we can probably move this... Yeah, we can move it to here. Because it's just going to be easier to read that way. Now, I think this exit should be fine. I might be wrong. Because this exit should be localized to this object, right? Because it's run this code on this object with the width. Script function, method, or event. There are slight differences. And use here dependent on the scope. If you use exit in a script function or method, it will simply exit the thing. If you use exit in a code block within an object's event, it will exit the entire event even if there are various separate code blocks after the exit has been called. If you use exit in a parent event and call the event using event inherit in a child object, only the parent event will exit and the child's event thing. When using an event, exit is typically used to avoid an instance running any further code, blah, blah, blah. So how does exits work with width? Because it's pushing it into the local thing. Because it's a localized run of it, right? No, that's not what I want. Would break work better here? Or to prematurely end a with call. No, because then that's gonna end the whole thing, right? Let's run this and see if I mean, to be fair, the short answer is we'll see it very quickly. Is it will pause like one enemy in a pause thing, and it won't pause the rest, right? Because it will exit the entire thing, code base. So we just need to see enemies and then press for a level up. Yep, one of them gets paused and the rest don't. Okay, so exit's not the correct one to use anymore. Yeah. So what would be the correct usage here? Continue apparently might work. Because it's considered a width is considered a loop in this case. So it should function as intended. So let's get enemies to spawn. Okay, so that's kind of working, but it's also kind of not. I think I'm gonna have to just, no matter what, run it as if like I stunned with the knockback. Yeah. Seems like the only way to get this to work. So we're gonna have to just ignore stuns. So we do this, yeah. That's a little upsetting. Okay, so let's go back into here and remove the stun, and then go into debuffs. Remove stun code. And then let's see. Why are you trying to use Hypnotoad stuff on me there, Pretzel? Yes. Knock back. You're now hypnotized to not call me an idiot. Well, I mean, I can't say you still ain't the sharpest tool in the shed. Gotta be more particular with your wording. You can't just be precise like that. Backfires on you. See. It's gotta be here. No, it will figure out itself, but it's... Yeah, it's gotta be there. And then with ID, if knockback's great, if that... Path ends, and then we do these things. Why is there such a delay on this? Does this fix that? A little bit? It's inconsistent timing, so something's being weird. So we probably need to have something here as a like a thing for checking for if this stuff, right? Then like that. See what this works. Should probably redo the knockback locational data back to the original location. The function call, I should say. It's gonna probably, it doesn't really matter too much. So I have a feeling it's related to the timing. So I think I'm hitting it at the same kind of time that the path is being reset at. So it's creating a chase scenario. So it's like one does better than the other sometimes and gets through. So I need to be a little bit more like strict with my resolution on it. And that's why I tried to do this, but it doesn't seem to have done quite what I wanted it to. Actually, that's a point. It's not -1, it's, if path exists. Right. Because, like, if it doesn't get added, because it would be a deleted, path, no? Because I believe end deletes it. By the way, yeah, again, this is very extreme knockback I've tied into them, but that's just so we can do the testing, right? Also, yeah, that needs to be changed. That's fine. I can move that over to the other thing. From the step to the alarm. Right. Yep. Makes it look a little bit nicer. Because it means it's no longer like flickering between them. Let me look at what happens if we run a path end function. Does this delete the path or does it just nullify it? No, so it just ends it. It doesn't delete it. Okay. There's a big difference there then. Because we need to delete the path. Okay, I'm gonna just test this a little bit more efficiently by leveling this up to get more. Yeah, okay, I think that's the answer. That's really weird. Let's try that. See if I have got it with that, because that should fix this. Supersede things. So now knockback and stun should supersede rewriting of the pathing. It's still really inconsistent. So, or is one of these conditions a met? Alright. So, if it's not stunned, and if it's less than or equal to 0, we're good. If I would knock back process enemy, it should immediately supersede this by setting this, stopping the path, and setting path to -1. So I'm clearly having some chase script, is what's going on, right? This is a very difficult one. I actually really don't know a perfect answer to this. Outside of like rewriting a shitload of logic from the ground up and seeing where we go from that. That's a good point. I need to keep in mind we're looking at the weapon damage, not the actual thing. The weapon is instantly knocking back. I now want to try and get a stun from one of these. So there's a mild delay when an enemy spawns. That can be kind of fixed. But I don't mind it at the same time. It looks a little jank, but it can also be kind of considered a safety net point. So the player can see the enemy spawn in and then go from there. But yeah, so this architecture should be... Like, I probably haven't gone in excess because I probably was misreading some of the things that we were saying. But that should be like a super airtight then system. Never a horrendous thing to sometimes go a little overboard. So with that being the case, we need to lower how much is probably knocked back at a time. Which that's set on the create event here. What if we do it as 5? Is 5 a notable knockback per tick? I finally put the 2 devils to sleep. Yeesh. Yeah. This is why they don't like looking after kids often anymore. I looked after a lot of my time. Quite good to not do that more. It could be more. It could be more. Actually, honestly, the 50 might not even be bad. What happens if we go to the weapon and say only give it like 100 as its push-pull power? So that would be 2 frames worth of knockback. Is that notable? They feel like they're teleporting, so that's too much. Time to go crash a car and for Forza. Yeah. How's that been treating you guys? The whole car stuff, because I know y'all have all been playing it quite a bit, right? To explain, my entire friend group decided for fucking Black Friday sales to go buy racing wheel things. Because all of them fucking car nutheads in some way or a shape or form, I guess. I just find it very funny. It's like, it went from like the space of no one having one to everyone having one in like a day. Can hear you through the walls, change gear, and turn the wheel. Oh no. That's kind of funny. That is actually kind of funny. Yeah, that's actually really funny, I'm not gonna lie. I hope that means that you're not doing it like late at night. Okay, so 10 needs to be the new default pull push power. I try and limit daylight hours. At least that's something. So gushing blowhole's gonna be an interesting one. So what if I do this? Say 20. But it's 10 a.m. time for him to wake up. Hey, look, I stand by my whole rule of I've agreed with the flatmate that like I don't stream before 8 a.m. I don't talk on calls and stuff like that. However, unless they get up, right? However, if it is 8 a.m., I ain't giving a shit past that. We made an agreement. It's what we work to. Messenger's good if you want to play some Warframe. Sure, I will. I mean, I will be playing Warframe most of this weekend after a thing, right? Well, hello. That works. Or I'll stream my terrible driving. Oh, hell yeah. To be fair, most people enjoy watching like car streams now. There's like whole things for taxi streams. That actually sounds really fun, I'm not gonna lie. Like really well designed and engineered ones like that, where you actually curate your fucking customers and such, and it actually can end up being quite fun. It's also a good safety measure. Okay, I can probably... So this is going off every second, right? I can probably give this a little bit more gas. On its pull. No. I need to remember to switch to Shy Lily so we can actually test this. Because I want to see if this is going to correctly, like, drag enemies in or not. Because if this drags enemies in, then it means I don't have to do anything and I'm able to cheat a little bit. It kind of is. Trying to figure out if it's dragging away from the player or away from the target like it's supposed to. Seems like it's pushing away from me. So I don't know if I'm passing through my target correctly. We'll push target. Oh, it should be. To be fair, we're gonna change those terms because it's no longer pull push, right? It will just be knockback and then like negative knockback. If this doesn't work, I will just write a separate thing for doing drag things, where it's dragging them to a location. I'm just kind of a little sad if they can't manage to do it, right? Yeah. It looks like it's kind of working, but it's not quite working, and that's the problem. So we might need to touch upon that at a later stage. Anyway, we did all of this, not even fully for the actual, like, intended purpose, and that's the fun part. So, enemy boss list. So we're going to make a new boss. Except this one's going to be really fucking weird. Because this one's going to have a different architecture for its movement. What was the name of the... Let's see. Oh, so, we went with the VMs today. Horrible. It's always horrible. It'll never not be horrible. Sadly. There we go. Tried to make their old Symphony project work again and deploy it on the latest Demon version. It's like first target, a task got a 7. Always a great time. What do you mean? Okay, so the magical girl is going to be a very, very squishy in comparison. I might give it a lot of armor though. Damage. Barely got their Symphony project running, but then Panch was crying like a bat. Yeah. Always good, always fun. Damage. Let's just give it 10 damage because you're not going to interact with it. 0 speed. 25 experience, 25 experience. And then a scale I'm going to give of 0.6 for now. With the main attack on the boss parent, do I have a thing for it can just attack wherever? Or do I have to, like, just give it a fucking absurd number? Main attack targeting -1. Cool. I knew I would think about that. I am a genius. To be fair, I don't even think it's going to actually have an attack. All of its things are going to be abilities, technically. It's probably just better to make it all abilities for its attacks. There we go. Now, how do I kind of write this? It's priority, cooldown, and then function. So priority on this is going to be probably just straight up 90. And then we're going to give this like a cooldown of, say, 5 seconds for its attacks. I'm still going to give this a thing. Like that. So very much most of the time it's going to try and do its attacks. Unless it can... Do I have a specific thing for main attack cooldown? Which language do I program in? I use the native GML language for Game Maker Studio because I'm doing this in Game Maker Studio. Main attack, and then I do have attack cooldown. Yeah, I can do internal attack cooldown. I'll just have to do it myself. Okay, cool, that's fine. So then I could make this a super fucking long cooldown. 30 seconds. I think this is because it's the function and then the units. The units should be for attack. 5 seconds could be probably reasonable. I need to do for the attack. It will be self dot self dot y and then O player 0. Var target equals. Seems I run self through these functions. Is that true? No, it's doesn't need self because it's run directly. Cool. Yeah, because it's a huge difference between yeah, it's self there because I have to pass through the ID. Yeah. It's gonna just like do a quick stop. Why so for this one, I'm also going to have to just get a var target, by the way, to reduce a problem later on. So I have to have other here? Oh, can I just do other then? The attack. I still have to do reference? Oh, okay. Trying to remember my own code. It's been too long. We'll do that and we'll see how it goes. And then do we just cheap out for it? Yeah, I think we just cheap out for it. instances, then object can be O, boss, temp, projectile. So I'm lazy. And then damage equals other dot. Is the value written? Damage. And then time source create with pause array push function self instance destroy self with the units of 4 seconds. Hey, you devil, how's it going? I can't tell quite what those emotes are. One looks like a wavy thing and one's a face, I can tell that. Which means it's going like a nosebleed. It's going like a nosebleed. I'm curious about that one, so I'm assuming it's bad thing, right? It's going like that can't be good. Nosebleeds suck, by the way. What are the rules for nosebleeds now? I can't even remember because they change so fucking often. It's flowing would be a bit of a translation. Oh, okay. But no, y'all remember, like... Because, what was it? It's like... Painful but quit. Ah, okay. It's like, you're supposed to tilt your head back and do like that. And now... Now I think you're supposed to let it bleed? And just try and let it clot? I think is what you're supposed to do. Unless it's profusely bleeding and then at that point in time, fucking seek medical advice and they'll do it. And they'll tell you. Again, none of this is actual medical advice. I'm just trying to like point out the fact that this is the problem with this shit. Is like you get told when you're a kid, put an ice pack on that shit, you'll be fine. And then you find out like putting an ice pack on it was like one of the worst things you could have done. And you're like, all right then. I'm so glad I know this now. Right. And we can all kind of remember that shit. How do I do the passives written up? Knife Doggo, tell me. Funk, cool. with ID getting pushed through. Just finished playing LOL with your friend, 2 ARAMs, 3 Rift. Dude, why are you doing this yourself? I honestly, like playing ARAM, fine. But Rift, really? Ugh. Ugh. It just makes me ill thinking about that shit, man. Made some kid that played Nah for the first time rage quit. Oh, that's kind of sad. Funny, but sad. Reminds me of when I played with one of my mates. We decided to... So I'm gonna say this now. I kind of half despise Smurf accounts in most games. I'm making this preface now because this is going to, like, completely realize that I do not like them because of this story. So me and my mate decided to Smurf one day. And we decided, you know what, fresh accounts, let's go see what happens. And we played normals the moment we could and then ranked the moment we could. And we found out really quickly, it's actually kind of not even that fun after you play like 1 or 2 games. Because you just crush people in such a depressing way that you're like, wow, that person is probably not going to play this game again. Because to give an idea, what me and my friend did was I played Garen top, he played Lissandra mid, because they were nice cheapish champions you could get pretty effectively. We didn't play with skins, and we played so oppressively that the joke became, for us, is that top is... When we say Garen is in top, we mean Garen has taken over the enemy's top jungle. Because that became my lane in almost every single game because of how strong I could get. Regardless of who I was playing against, that was how easy it was. And that's what it's like playing against like lower and new players. My sister mains 9, here's a Nah plush. Kid Rage was funny. Made me think of your sister. Yeah, it's a rough one. But yeah, no, that's why I don't like smurfing. I think smurfing's this very scummy thing to do. Right? And I'm not saying you're smurfing, right? Because you're just getting back into it. But it's that idea. It's that thing that made me just like feel so off-put by the idea. Because it's like, yes, a person that's like at minimum maybe like 4 ranks above, well at the time it was only like 4 ranks above, these sorts of newer players, yeah, they're going to crush you. And it's not going to be fun. And it's going to be depressing. Sure, the queues are faster, but like the games are they just get so repetitive because you're so powerful on them that you have to start putting rules in place. We even tried to start doing ultimate bravery and then it just wasn't real. Again, it still just wasn't fun. So we just went back to playing ARAM, which is way more fun. And you play that on your main account. It's great. Sure, you'll play against like real high elo people, but like still enough of the time you can have more fun with that than you can with just crushing people. So it's just They emote and kill you. Yeah, like it's that. Like it's that sort of thing of just like, oh wow, this person's just not getting to play the game, and it's not fun for them. And games are supposed to be fun, right? So while sometimes I will do that, and yeah, if I'm in a group, sometimes we'll target someone and bully them, and it's kind of funny. There's a point in time where it's like, okay, we've done this like 2-3 times, let's stop. Or if it's something like Overwatch, it's do that for a round and then move on. Because otherwise you're just going to ruin your own experience and their experience. Because you just get bored of it. Or at least in my experience, I get bored of it, right? If you're wondering, by the way, this is a very weird thing that I'm trying to do. I'm not sure how I want to do this. So, to explain how this boss works, let's get a little bit of good old paint going. This boss is going to be a floating boss. They're not going to care about collision as much. I'm going to have to remember to put in the tag flying for them, because I was going to set that up. And what it's going to do is it's going to find of the players, right? So you've got player 1 here. And say player 2 over here. It's going to find in an area around them, a circular thing around them, a random spot on a random player to move towards. Right? And then it will fire its attack. Or it will be in transition, then fire its attack. I'm going to try and make it so it goes to the location in the speed that it would be for firing. We did stupid stuff like throwing people off the map by combining 3 knockback abilities or just seeing how long we could stun a player without killing them. Yeah, I've done that. Again, in Overwatch as well. Like, I've done that, and it's... Again, that's why I say the whole thing of it's fun to a point, right? You do that 2 or 3 times and it's not fun, so you stop doing it and look for another stupid thing. Exactly. That's the beauty of it, right? Is that it gets so samey that is it great to do it like once or twice? Sure, it's fucking funny. But like after, again, if you do that for like 3-4 rounds, at that point in time, you're starting to go like, man, this is starting to just be boring, right? That's why I don't like playing the same character for too long. That's why I like, again, ARAM. ARAM's great because I very rarely get to play the same character. And even if the character comes up again, I'm like, most of the time I'm going to make a rule of not playing them, even if I really do want to play them. Because it's just like, I know I'm going to get bored. It's an instance number I want, right? How many of them? Did you hear about the Holo JP member is graduating? Oh, you mean Chloe? Technically she's not graduating, is the first thing I will say. Technically, it's the same as kind of what Ame had. Yeah, it's the Orca girl from Hollow X, right? That's what you were talking about? Yeah, so she's gonna apparently be, like, stepping back. And there's two key reasons that, this is the case. And I'm not gonna talk on this more than what's already kind of just very clearly stated with this. So the primary reason is health problems. She has got health concerns. And the second thing that's a little less of the case, but is still the thing, is that she just doesn't feel like she can do what she wants to do in the current way Hololive is. She doesn't quite agree with the current direction of it, in that sense. So I assume it probably means that she's got like one or two things she wants to do, and she just can't quite do that because the limitations of being a corpo VTuber. Like interacting with maybe certain individuals, interacting with certain games, singing certain songs, yada yada yada. There's all these sorts of things. There are a lot of like constraints and stuff. However, the IP is going to remain, and she is still going to be there for collaborative events, from what is being said. So again, it is very much what happened with Ame. I think it's sad. I think Chloe's an awesome person. I'm really sad to see her kind of step back. But I understand, right? Everyone's got their own decisions to make. It's very interesting though, because again, like the beauty of now Ame setting a standard that this can be done is interesting, because it means that, like, in a sense, you have to see this as the same way as like having a contract written for a character where it's like, hey, if we want this, we want Tony Stark to turn up in another Avengers movie, we can request it, but we can't like just straight up replace you or anything like that, but we can request you to come in for a cameo, right? And it means that that option's still available. It means that, like, if there is an anniversary event with all of Hollow X comes in, all of that stuff, that means that they can still bring her in for that stuff. And it isn't so, like, lockout. I'm really appreciative of this, even if it means that, like, we get another situation where, per se, they may reincarnate softly into a different position, and they can still keep doing what they want to do, independent of it all. It's a mixed bag. I think it's cool though. I think it's cool that that's an option. I'm sad to see her go. But I also wish her the very best, right? I'm not gonna try and say no to that. And that's really important to, like, keep in mind, right? So I need to random the direction fire. Heavy agree. Same as happened with Ame. Exactly. Like, this is the thing that needs to be realized, is it is exactly what happened with Ame, in the terms of how it's been handled on the Hololive side of things. So what happens outside of that, we will see, right? Sad to see her go, but happy to see her grow. Yeah, like, it's, to be fair as well, I believe I'm going to speak on this very loosely because I can't remember all the facts for it. Please fact check this. Go look it up yourself. But I believe she's got throat-related medical problems, which has led to constraints around that, and like it getting stressed out quite a bit, like the throat getting stressed. I believe that is what I heard. So that's kind of the thing. So it's a very good shout that like she might just step back from the VTubing scene and do her own thing, completely independent of it all. I think that's fair, right? Like, I am glad that we're seeing the capability for individuals to go be themselves, go step away and go do their own stuff, while still maintaining that connection. Which means that we're not going to really lock out of certain things. However, keep this in mind. If I recall correctly, there will be a ceasing of operations around her channel, on her social medias, and sale of merch. So that is still ceasing. So if you want merch from her, go get it now, right? I think it's the beginning of next year is when it's getting called. I think it's like January 20th. 26, something like that, next year, is when she's going away. I want to say. Let's see. Hololive. I love how it's like Hololive Chloe Stinky. I love it. It's the first thing that comes up. Okay, an announcement for our fans regarding the conclusion of Sakamoto Chloe's channel activities. So this is the official posting of this. So again, we're not looking at external sources at the moment. As a member of Hololive, will conclude her channel activities, including streaming on YouTube, social media posts, live event participation, and release of new merchandise. So she's maintaining merchandise as of January 26, 2025. Since debuting as a member of Thing, has been instrumental in the growth of Hololive Productions through her numerous endeavors. Although her regular streaming and related activities will end, will remain an affiliate of Hololive Production moving forward. For further insights into the management's thought on the conclusion of her streaming activities, please refer to the official note page. In line with this, the following services will come to a close. Fan letter reception, available until January 26. Membership and members-only content will be available until April. We plan to continue selling merchandise and other items that are already on sale. Any future activities that involve Sakamoto Chloe will be announced through official social media and other channels, so you will be able to find things. We would like to express our heartfelt gratitude to all the fans and related parties for your unwavering kindness and support, and greatly appreciate your understanding and cooperation in not reaching out to our affiliate talents regarding this matter. We're thankful for your continued support and encouragement, blah, blah, blah. So there's a very general rhetoric there. However, it is very important to see here. So live event participation is ceasing in accordance with this. So there is a chance that maybe, in counterance to what I said earlier, she might not participate in anniversary related events now, right? But for example, if they do like an anniversary song, they might bring her in for that. That's kind of important to acknowledge. There's also a very clear statement on here saying that it's not any future activities that involve her will be announced. So we're not saying there aren't going to be any future activities that might involve her. It's just that she herself will stop streaming, social media stuff, and releasing of new merchandise. There is room for potentially new merchandise in relation, but not directly, right? And that's fine. I don't see an issue with this. I wish there was a way to see the official note page easily. Is there a thing here I can see? Because I want to see if there's more details. Holo Live official note. Related official note article. Here we go. Is there English version? Thank you for your continued support as a graduation and conclusion of streaming activities. Until now, when talents enter their activities with HoloLive production, we always refer to it as graduation. The term graduation describes when a talent is leaving the production and is concluding all activities with the exception of a few ongoing projects. However, this complete cessation of activities is often accompanied by significant sadness brought to the fans of HoloLive production and its talents. We have long so this is probably kind of like a bit more of an official statement on stuff like what is happening with Chloe and what happened with Armak, right? And this is actually probably quite good to have a bit more of an official kind of discussion on this. Therefore, we're exploring new ways to positively send off talents departing the production. As part of this, we have introduced a conclusion of streaming activities as a possible form of graduation. While it is still a type of graduation, conclusion of streaming activities involves stopping streaming-related activities, such as that for YouTube and social media, and participation in events. This approach opens the door for future opportunities where, upon mutual agreement between the production and the talent, they may make special appearances in future projects, similar to a graduate visiting their, I'm guessing that's supposed to be like alumni. I'm guessing that's kind of what that's supposed to be. I don't know if that's got a good translation. But yeah, like a graduate visiting their alumni. I get emails from my previous degree quite a lot. So yeah, I understand that. How much talents will participate in these kinds of events will vary based on the circumstances of each talent and their production. We kindly ask the understanding and patience of in this regard. The terms graduational thing or outweigh or trump the others. The other. Okay. Our goal in production is to provide a meaningful and supportive new beginning for our talents, and we believe that any form of departure is a decision by the talent that is to be respected. Okay. That's interesting. Alright. Yeah, so they're considering these very equal, and that they're really trying to stress here, at least from a corporate perspective, that they're trying to respect the talent when it comes to a lot of this, which is cool to hear that they're trying to do that. Again, I want to put my hand up here. This is corporate. This is a statement. A corporation can say one thing and do another, and that gray area in between is how they leverage them. I'm not going to say good or bad to this. Just keep that in mind. It's always a worthwhile thing to keep in mind when like listening to a corporate statement. And yes, I do that with every corporation, regardless of what they've done in the past. But no, okay, so yeah, like the main thing to take away from this is that they're making corporations spits on the ground. Yeah, exactly. They're making an effort to enable alternative methods for their talents to cease current activities and step back. The beauty of this, in a sense, is that there's maybe a potential room for negotiation later down the line of returning to streaming activities. Because I don't think you can really easily ungraduate someone. It's not really been something that we've seen. And that's cool. No, this is a great way of doing it. Because like, imagine if we had this for like Sana, right? If this was around for when Sana graduated, because I think that would have actually done HoloLive pretty well if they had a conclusion of streaming activities, right? It means that she could still turn up for the occasional event. They could still do stuff with her content, and all the stuff around that. I don't know if this is going to be retroactively available. There's probably a legal complexity with that. Because keep in mind, the graduation would be as a ceasing of their legal contract to work at the company, right? There's a big difference with that. It's not quite firing, but it's kind of like you have to keep this in mind. And it's really hard for a company that ceased operations with someone to maintain operations, re-enable operations with them under the same stuff, under the same banners. So there's a lot of complication with that. So I don't know how possible it is for retroactive. Be cool if that was the case. But it's important to acknowledge, yeah. At the end of the day, that's kind of cool though, that we're seeing that sort of stuff. And I'm hoping this sets a good precedence moving forward. The problem will always stand by, and I don't like how C-Dog VA talked on this, but I don't disagree with his sentiment on it. Where he did talk quite negatively around stuff like forced graduations, when especially in relation to one such company, and I think that's because we all kind of hated on that company. We still kind of do. But it's like there has to be a level of, a lot of these corporations will throw the talent under the bus, and because of NDAs that exist, it is less likely for that individual to be able to actually make a counter argument. We were very lucky in some cases to see some of these talents be able to talk openly-ish about the events, as long as they're careful about what's going on. This is very common, and it does depend on the legal contract. I don't know how it's like with Japan contracts, but I know in, for example, New Zealand, your contract will have a set amount of time where you can actually take up dispute, either the company with you or you with the company, of saying things. But even then, it's still best to run by the rule of just don't really say too much. I've talked a little bit about some of the places I've worked in. I can't say some of their names for, I know that it would actually put me in legal dubious locations if I said some of their names. But I've even talked about working at Macca's, right? And I say every time I talk negatively of it, or just in general, that was what it was then. I can't speak to it now. Right? And that's the important legal distribution. They can't deny that, and because I'm outside of legal repercussion range, I can speak to those things, but I still want to stress that because it covers my ass. And it's the same with a corporate. Corpos want to cover their own ass. A company does not want to look bad. It's actually not great most of the time, especially those larger scale companies. So they don't want their image impacted, and then if it is, then they can potentially sue for defamation, and you do not survive getting sued from defamation from these sorts of companies. It's not a wise idea. So it's best to just avoid that stuff. So that's kind of the point we're making with this, is that's the difficulty with the corpo VTuber side, is leaving that position. You can't just announce going, hey, by the way, I was this person, without potential repercussions. And that's them also, often you'll hear with them kind of going, look, it's not that I'm going to say I'm not that person, but I'm not going to confirm that, or I don't want that stuff talked about. You'll see different approaches based on their contract probably, and the NDA that they've agreed to. I love how I've gone on for quite a while. I do kind of apologize for that. But that was a very important topic, and it's one that I see misconstrued quite a lot by people that haven't had to deal with those sorts of legal situations or don't understand them a lot. Again, keep in mind that those legal situations are dependent on your case, right? So I can't tell you with absolute certainty, oh no, this is the case, right? So length direction, it is... Let's give it like a 300-ish birth around it. Direction. And then we do the Y version. I'm the derailer, the one who halts all progress. To be fair, this has been like a really fucking annoying thing to do in my head, so I was actually quite okay talking on that subject. But it's also an important subject to talk about. I'm cool getting derailed for a topic like that. Because that's one of those ones where it's like, that's not even me, I would argue, like, giving opinion, really. It's, we literally looked up factual thing. I gave my opinion in the loosest sense. Of going like, hey, I think this is cool, this is sad, right? But outside of that, we talked primarily about what is actually the case. And then I talked about some experience to justify that and back it up. And that's good. It's important to acknowledge those sorts of things. Again, it's keep yourself safe. And a lot of people don't do that, it's really stupid. That's how I'm gonna do it. Probably the way to get this targeting going correctly. So then it's travel target, right? I like listening to that, but I'm kind of laughing to myself because I always start random unrelated topics and we go on a journey through the world of your opinions and takes. Yeah, that's true. I mean, it's important though. How do I do that again? I did it with... Be under abilities, ability components, or a GX Rambit. Right, and then it's emergency shield. Right, state. Minor states. So this is player giving shield. Move towards point distance. Do this. And we're going to change this slightly. So this is the move towards location. So we want Uh, travel target 0. Travel target 1. And then we need point distance with current X, current Y. Travel target 0. Travel target 1. Divide by 50. Syntax error. Yeah, so it's just one too many of these. Okay, so we want to spawn, it's 2. So let's go to the player and force spawn this one. And then before we go too far though, we do need to create the reset point for this. So if we go here, move towards this, and then if X equal is less than or equal to X minus 10, so and X is greater than or equal to is what we actually need to be running. Plus 10. And then we close that bracket. So we're making a soft range for this. Because it's important to make a soft range for this. You're never truly getting the absolutes, right? It's best not to calculate for that as well. Okay, let's see how this looks. 300's maybe too much. Turned myself into a tomb, Morty. I'm Nazareth. Oh no. No, don't. No. Not Nazareth. It's actually so fucking foul. Where the fuck did you read that? That's just actually awful. It's actually so awful. I hate it. Thanks. It's not moving anymore, so I don't think I've given it enough safety range. Let's give it a buffer of 20 and actually make it so I can just change the buffer fast. You know what I did last night? I watched the second Naked Gun movie again. Because I'm slowly watching them. The third one as well that I need to get to. What a time that was, really. Right? What a time those fucking movies were. Does it need to be direction hold? What I'm probably going to do is I'm going to separate those two so it can't attack again for 5 seconds, but it can walk again immediately. Or at least after a delay of a second. Separation, understandable. I mean, I've lived most of my life with separation being a very key theme. Yeah, maybe that was a little sadder than I intended, holy shit. No, it needs to be the other way around of this. That's why it's never fixing. Okay, and then, like I said, I'm going to separate these out. So we're going to make this just that. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this. I'm going to change it so this is this effect. And then this is this effect. And that should work out correctly. So it's not going to be able to fire this, so I'm just going to do that. So if we have it as -1, it doesn't do a ready check, which is the problem. Is what I was seeing, I believe. So just keeps firing, whereas like we don't want that. I'll double check that in a second with this. Oh, that would explain the issue. No, it's not that it's not got a fucking ready check, it's that it's not fucking cancelling things correctly. Right? No? If walking. Right, if attack is ready and... Okay, so its attack is ready, or collision circle. And if we have -1, the collision circle is nothing, so we'll always be able to fire. Attack ready is false. Attack timer. Script to execute main attack. This should run fine. What is in this? Oh. Yeah. Okay. I see what's happened. Okay, so that should fix that issue. That's good. There we go. That should be the reason why that's having issues. It's not firing again, though. Is it maybe not getting these through correctly? So it should just want attack ready to be true to fire this. That should be its only condition. Oh, that's why. It's not related to that. It's related to this. Yeah. I'm not resetting from the cast. So it's not direction hold that we want for that, it is actually just direction. Okay, this should have this resolved. Then we can work on the ability, which the ability is going to be a bit of a weird one. I feel like it's not targeting the right thing. Yeah, that's one thing we do need to fix there. Okay, is that gonna work? Because the problem is that it's move towards point. And move towards point, I don't think it's cancelled. It's an action that I say do this thing and it'll go to location, right? Yeah, move towards point. So I need to, whoops. Tell it, if it is paused. Speed equals 0 should fix it? I double check. Move towards point. Do you have a stopping? Speed to 0. Cool. But I would think that that's already in the thing. I can't believe I'd forget that. It's because I'm technically not moving it in a natural way, right? Yeah. Cool. That should resolve that. The animation doesn't stop, but we can do something about that. Okay, so on creation, flying equals true. Now, I can't remember if I had this in here or not. No, I don't. But it has inherit. Enemy parent. So, I'm going to put it in... flying equals false. And then in the boss, we're going to have to make this do all the stuff for it, because this is where all the movement's handled. Cool, so that should no longer care about the collision with walls. Still using path logic to reset. We need to fix that. For now, I'm actually just gonna straight up take this bit of code and extend it to all of this. See if that fixes some of that issue. It seems to get, like, once it's over a wall, it seems to get stuck a little. See if this is correct. Am I misremembering? Alright, well, what if we do that then? Just do the old-fashioned way of having these actually put together like this. So instance find should find the ID of the player out of the random number of instances. So for all keyword, it's instance count -1. For object index, it is instance number -1. In iRandom, if it's 0, it should always just return as 0, 0, right? Because it's 0 inclusive. So I don't understand why I'm not just doing this, honestly. Let's see how this one looks. I don't see any other code that would affect the collision of it. Am I blind? I don't know. It's weird. I don't see a reason why it would get stuck on the terrain. See, that is clearly stuck on terrain. Alright. Okay. So there is another option, and we might as well do that option then. There we go, and then we need to... Have you heard about the Baldur's Gate 3 is getting a new patch? I have, and I've heard whispers of apparently like some subclasses and shit coming in. Yeah, it sounds exciting, I'm not gonna lie. I've been in the game, I think, once. I do want to beat it more, but the problem was that the last time I went to beat the game, I was playing with a group of friends and they decided to start playing without me. And that group of friends also just kind of fell through at that point. Because they, I don't know, whatever. But yeah. 12 new subclasses, so as a D&D player, I know them all and I'm excited. Ooh. I wonder what they are, yeah. I have no idea. So I'm definitely interested to see where they go with that though. I'm guessing that's Blade Slinger. That's what it was. That speed. It'll be with sword and lightning speed. Ooh. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. You've now really convinced me to play that. I actually really like that idea. It sounds very cool. Blade wielding wizard. Sounds fun. Dude, can I dual wield and just like fucking run people over? Sounds fucking hysterical. Alright. Blade Slinger is in singing battles. Oh, Blade Singer. Oh. It also doesn't help that you're... Or ballad singer. Sorry, my brain is actually ballad singer. Is that what it is? It's interesting. I have to say. Oh, blade is in a sword. Okay. Yeah, sorry, you're adding an extra E in there. That's why I was getting a little confused. Come on, man. I mean, that's why I was like, oh, blade slinger. Oh, and then you're like, you're confusing me, man. You're confusing me. Blade singer. Blade singer. Okay. I got there. Get there eventually. Should I look up the subclasses? I'm actually kind of curious. Might as well. All right, we'll have a look once I get this done quickly, because I want to see if this works the way I expect it to. Because yes, I am intending to potentially do something that's a little cheaty, but it also makes a lot of fucking sense. Okay, that kind of close there, not quite right there. So we need that here. And we need this. I need to change the create thing here. I mean, once we make the new PC, I might do a Baldur's Gate run. That might be fun on stream. See if I can convince some people to join me. I'm sure there's like one or two friends I could probably convince for some weekend games or something like that. Oh, image angle. Image angle is what I need to be editing. And then image angle equals direction. And then we maybe make it a little bit bigger. I don't know. It looks a little too small. Okay, so I might need to raise the magical girl's damage, the base damage, quite a bit. So we're gonna make her like 40 instead. And I'm gonna be careful with that, because so 40 times 50 is a lot of damage. I can't just let that be the case, right? Can I? I mean, it's just 200, right? Is 200 damage a little too much? I think it's a little too much. 3 times. Let's go. And then Elon might want to buy Hasbro and secure the rights. Don't really know if that's true or not. So he posted a thing about it on Twitter. And you want to know... So what I found behind that is that it's basically one of the like head people for D&D stuff on Facebook called him out, said they didn't give a fuck about Elon because Elon was being a little shit. And because of that, he's like, all right, fuck, I'm gonna buy D&D then. And it's like, no, because most of the D&D people don't actually like you. So it's becoming like this progressive thing of, I'm gonna be honest, the smartest thing at this point for Elon to do is to just put his head in the fucking dirt for a little bit, because he has managed to piss off a lot of communities really fucking quickly, and it is really damning to almost all of his businesses because he is so much of a public face for them. I'm gonna be honest, with all of the bullshit that's been happening to Twitter, this is like even more of a push to like make me want to just fucking give up on it and go to Blue Sky. I really should. I should actually use the Blue Sky that I have. I just need to figure out how to set up automation for it. That's genuinely my main thing. Because I have a couple of automations that I can do with Twitter that I'd prefer to just do somewhere else. Fragile ego, can't handle people saying that they don't care or don't like him. Yeah, and that's actually unjokingly the truth of it. Like, he is a giant man-child, and these are the moments that really fucking show that. Okay, I think this is more or less the idea that I want with the boss. So now I just need to make the cast at some point. I don't know if I want to do that right now though, literally. We'll think about it. But yeah, so mischievous magical girl. Just gonna float around here, shoot at you. And then occasionally send off a fucking nuclear bomb. Ugh. Apologies. Gotta love her, right? But yeah, no, I can't understand. Like, ironically enough, this is just one of those times where, like, someone's showing their true nature in a way that it really makes you just not want to deal with them, right? Gotta love Elon. Fucking hate his guts. Oh no, I'm gonna get cancelled or blocked on Twitter now. The travesty. Sorry, I'm just cleaning up my fucking browsers because I opened up so many bloody tabs for the manual. Oh, dude, I don't like the fucking robot thing that Tesla's trying to do. That shit looks fucking weird. God, okay, no, you know one discourse that I want to talk about, and it makes me really fucking sad. So I've talked a little bit about the Victor VGU update for League of Legends, and some of the discourse around that. I think that a lot of people are being, like, really, really over the top about it, but I will agree that, like, I think I said this last time, is that there's, like, 2 skins in particular I can definitely agree, they just kind of missed with. I don't think they quite got what they want, what the beauty of the skin was before. Like, Deathsworn was the best one, as an example of, like, the mask missing, the cool chest stuff, the fact that it was like a little eyeball floating around instead of the actual full arm, because it was a herald of death, not a herald of technology or a evolution or whatever you want to call it. And that was something that I genuinely, I think was what most people liked that skin for, and the fact is that he just kind of feels like a generic lich now with his design. I think that's a really valid thing. Deathsworn was my favorite skin for Victor. I always was impartial to Creator. Creator I bought real early on, and I fucking have always loved it, and I don't think I will ever truly switch off of it. But I do agree Deathsworn was fucking stellar. And yeah, I don't think most people like the new one, and I think the problem is that people are going like, oh, I want a refund or all that. It's like, no, what needs to happen right now, and the actual thing that needs to happen is an effort made to make it very clear, hey, this is what we don't like about the skin. Because like now content creators are getting emails and shit like that about like, hey, we need you to like speak to Riot to tell them to not do the VGU or something like that. And it's like, it's not good. Dude, like, it's happening. You have to accept that it's happening. It's a decision that was made back when probably Arcane was getting conceptualized. So you're not reverting this decision. You can only ask for improvements, right? Went to see your mate after I was done at your sister's. I'm not gonna lie, I did not read that as done at your sister's. Anime has corrupted my brain. Sorry, what? But yeah, no, that's what the whole like Victor's main thing. Like again, it's be clear what actually is the issue. The issue is that you don't really like the direction they've gone with these skins, and I feel like they're not what you wanted. Kind of again, Deathsworn, I'm sure for the most part, most people would actually be a lot happier if they brought the mask back and brought like the chest pieces back and stuff instead of making him what he is now. Because let's see. Victor. Wait, no, that's not how you spell it. Deathsworn. Right, here we go. Here, let's go into the discourse here. So this is what the skin looks like in Splash, and it's fucking phenomenal. What it looks like in game is this. It's kind of hard to show, but that image is kind of one of the better ones, right? And so this is what it looks like in game. And then the problem is the one in the middle here, I believe. Is the one in the middle? No, it's the one on the right. That's even worse. Good lord. I think it's the one on the right here is the new one. And like, see, yeah, this here is a great example of, I think this was I remember seeing this was a community thing of like, hey, this is maybe what you should do. This actually looks a lot more like what people wanted. Because this brings the shoulder plates through, this brings a lot more of the thickness of the armor, has a little bit more definition of armor, and it's a little bit more dull in the colors, which is kind of what people want. And it keeps the eye. It keeps it still feeling kind of mystical coming out. Because again, he's a herald of death. So yes, I do think that they heavily missed with the new version of it. And I think it's fair to make a statement about that. But it's not fair to be like awful and harassing and like being actual shitheads. Because like this is, I think, yeah, these are the splash arts for 2 of them, right? I want to just say this prototype skin, this is actually awesome. I think they did a great job with that one. But like this is the new Deathsworn. And like when you compare this to the other one, like this just feels so boring and generic. Like I can't tell that's Victor, outside of I guess the arm. And that's not a good sign. You need to have these characters not look like the same thing. Victor, literal Jesus. I'm not going to go too far into actual story for Arcane stuff again. Give it 1 more week. Next weekend we can start talking about it, in my opinion. Because at that point in time, if you haven't watched it or haven't found a way to watch it, it's kind of on you. It's 2 weeks. I think that's a valid enough amount of time. But I will say that I really liked the change that they did to Victor's storyline. Genuinely. But I do think that this is a very valid complaint, is that this Deathsworn versus this Deathsworn is just not good enough. Equals glowing twink. Yeah, like, I understand a lot of complaints about the whole twink thing, and again, I kind of understand it. I don't think it's an invalid opinion to be raising. Because like, this is Creator Victor currently, right? This is the skin I use. I love this skin so much, just because the lore of it as well is so fucking funny to me. And like the only real changes is that he's slightly skinnier and that this is not the same coat. It's now a twin-tailed coat to match like his new twin-tail sort of aesthetic. Equals Freddy Fazbear. Goddamn. But yeah, like I don't mind the change they did to Victor. I think that's kind of the general thing, is like most of the people complaining don't mind like it's specifically like Deathsworn and the other one. I'm blanking on it. I said it a second ago. But yeah, I think this one's fine. I don't think that when they redid this, it was bad. I just think Deathsworn was bad. I'm not against the twink. It fits him, in my opinion, but it's the skin. He looks like a mystical glowing... Yeah, no, like, I think the thing that is the point that we're all trying to make here is that the problem isn't the twink, or the problem isn't, like, this or that. It's this specifically... Like, the way it isn't what we loved of the skin. And it strips away so much of what we liked about the skin in a way that's actually, yeah, it is going to cause adverse effects. I'm not going, again, like I said this before, I'm going to yell at the people that are complaining that this VTuber is happening. Y'all are fucking stupid. You need to get over it, because it's happening. And it's something that's it was going to happen for the longest time. But let's see. Prototype, creator, and his new skin. Those are the 2 apparently that people aren't complaining about. Yeah, Prototype I think is fucking awesome. I think they did a great job with it. Victor without his edginess isn't Victor. I'm not going to go too far into story, but I think that the current Victor that they've got story-wise is better. Significantly. And I think that the design of the base version is, like, his base skin looks pretty fucking awesome. And I think the new skin's also just phenomenal. Faceless Death is cooler. I don't have a creative insult because it's really late now. Yeah. No, I think, again, the biggest thing that I want to see is basically what this person suggested here, and then the mask added. Give me that mask back, give me more armor, and I'm more than happy. That is my complaints. Right? Like, this is the concept art for it, and this looks better already, with the fact that the armor feels a lot more defined there. How'd the mini project go? I haven't done any more on it, admittedly. I've slowed down completely with it just because I've not had the time. But yeah, either give him mask or make his face a skull. Nah, I think the mask is better, right? Because the beauty of the mask is in these, it's hard to kind of show it, but like the mask comes off as a skull. It does both. You could argue it's his mask, or you could argue that's his face. And it's just glowy mysticism behind it. That's the beauty of the skin, is that like he doesn't look like a human, he looks like a ghost with shit around it. And that's awesome. Or a specter, I guess is what you'd call it, right? But yeah, I think that's a valid criticism, and I think like again, this is the point: is we're in a situation where criticism is wanted, but not like again bigotry, and that's the problem: is that people can't make that difference, right? We were hoping for too much, right? Added Callista and called her a monster champ. To be fair, oh no, sorry, Kai'Sa. Yeah, I was about to say Callista. Yes. Kai'Sa, yeah, no, I will agree with you on that. I hate that Kai'Sa wasn't more like, Pink, did you see, and I'll say this to everyone, if you saw when Bel'Veth was getting released, there was like a thing that they did to Kai'Sa in one of the like, website pages, where she was like even more corroded and had a bunch of like additional things around her. If they had made that Kai'Sa as her base thing, I would fucking loved it. Give me that like again, body horror shit. Bel'Veth is the best version of how you should do monster stuff if you still want to have sexy. That was the best part of Bel'Veth. Because Bel'Veth by design is an anglerfish in like theory, right? Is it dangles the lovely thing in front of you, but if you actually look at all of her animations and everything, and even how she is in the cutscenes, she is so disconcerting. She floats towards you by like weirdly swaying side to side to mimic what a human would do by moving, but she's not. She's floating to you. There's no legs there. So good. Concepts for Kai'Sa are real cool, but Riot decided to go with popular attractive women design. Yeah, I have said this, and I think there's a content creator that really says it quite well. A lot is the problem with League and skins and champions that come out is because they're trying to go so visually aesthetic. All of them look the fucking same. There was a skin that was released recently, and genuinely speaking, there was so I make a rule. Right, this is a challenge I give to myself. Whenever new skins come out, I try and find all the splash arts without their names attached to them, and try and guess which champion it is. Fun fact, as someone that knows all of the champions in League of Legends pretty fucking well, I have about a 60% correct ratio. I only get it right 60% of the time, what the champion is, by looking at their splash arts. That should not be the case. I should not be that confused that when I look at a fucking skin, even their in-game model, and I don't know who the fuck their champion is. That is not good. And you want to know the ones that I fail on the most? Take a guess. It's like Syndra, Lux, Aurelia, Fiora, like all of these characters. Because if they don't have that one defining thing really front forward, it's really hard to tell. Woman, it's specifically, it's the like very attractive like Asian-ish designed woman, right? So it's very slender, very like that sort of thing. And I call that Asian-ish because that's what we see a lot in like Asian modeling, is that type of slender, right? Kale's another one that gets like easily misconstrued with the rest of those. That's sad. That's genuinely really sad. That's not a good sign. Because like, I don't think they can ever truly do like a nice angelic style skin line for characters, because the moment they add any female to that, you're not going to be able to tell them apart from Kale. Every female that goes into that skin line will just come out as Kale. I have no fucking idea. Like, silhouettes matter a lot. And League has moved so far away from that it becomes really difficult to pass what a skin is, who it is. And that's why I'm not happy with, like, some of these skins, because it's just like, who the fuck is you? I have no idea. Look, I'm not going to yell at them for, like, the $300, $350 skins or whatever like that, right? I don't think it's... Again, a company's got to make money and they're going to find the way to make money. I do think it's kind of sad that we're at a stage where we're probably never going to get, like, another Ultimate skin. That's just straight up an Ultimate skin. I think that should have been something they should have done something like that for Arcane. I genuinely believe they should have made, a skin for Victor or for Jace that was an Ultimate skin. They should have honestly made Survivor Jace an Ultimate skin, in my opinion. Or they should have just made this Jinx skin that they're doing an Ultimate skin. It's because it's basically an Ultimate skin, but with a higher price tag. Well, an RNG price tag to it. That's the problem that a lot of people always go. It's like, oh, it's up to 350, so it's not always going to be 350. But it means that if you're really unlucky, yes, it is. But I genuinely think they should have made an actual Ultimate skin out of this, right? They're making too many prestige skins, it's annoying. I kind of agree with that, yeah. I mean, I don't mind, because it's... the argument I make to that stuff, and it's the same argument I always make, is at the end of the day, was I going to buy that skin anyway? No. I'm mad at me then, alright? What benefit do I get from complaining about a skin I won't buy and all that? It's like, well, we're getting more skins in general. That makes it a little bit more justifiable, right? We're getting a prestige skin every skin line. I actually complain more about the fact that we get skin lines now, and we don't get like individual unique skins anymore. It has to be like a skin line. Like, what happened to just doing one-offs? I want to see more one-offs. That's the thing I want to see. Give me like 5 one-off skins at a time instead of an entire skin line, because it feels like sometimes these characters get shoehorned in, and it's like, eh. And I'm not trying to also diss the amazing talents of the people that work on these, by the way. To the people that actually work on these skins and stuff like that, you're doing your best and you're awesome. It's just, these are my problems, right? They even stopped doing one-offs when a character comes out, I think. Yeah, more or less. A lot of the more recent ones have been like skin lines on release. Right? Like, I know Talia was a single one, Aurelion Sol was a single one. But like not long after that, it started becoming, they came out with skin lines, and the problem with doing skin lines for your first skin is that, and no offense, this is something that like is very objectively kind of true, is that the first skin for a champion is almost always going to be a miss. Because they've not, the fantasy of the character hasn't really been developed yet, right? And that's fine, right? We accept it. Look, making a high quality chroma is the first skin for a champion is understandable, but price it obviously accordingly, right? Like a high quality chroma. So again, like the Ashen, is it Ashen Drake, Aurelion Soul? Can't remember what it is, but his fire skin, which is his release skin. That's fine. You're not gonna do as well as you did with like Echo, for example. Echo's release skin is one of its better ones in my opinion still. His was it Sans one? Sans I don't fucking know. But that one's one of his best skins still in my eyes to this day. Lore wise and just design wise. But yeah, no, it's annoying. It's sad. I wonder if it's like a marketing thing. If it's easier to do like marketing for a skin line than it is for doing individual ones. And I wonder if that's like a massive reason. But again, at this point in time, we're doing speculation, and this can get quite dangerous because speculation can lead to going down rabbit holes that lead to just negativity, and then like someone might catch wind of that one thing and then reiterate that, and then eventually it gets spread around like far enough that people start believing it as truth, and then it ruins a perfectly reasonable discussion. I think that's 99% of the reason. I think it's definitely something on the list of the reasons. I think that's a very valid reason to say about the marketing thing, but I don't know if it's the major reason. There could be like just how certain things are structured. I don't know. Again, we'll see. I just hope that this whole Victor situation is handled well by Riot, because the problem is if they bend the knee too much, this gives room for the players to go, cool, now we can bully the shit out of them for other stuff, right? They're going through with the Victor change. You have to accept that this is happening. They're not reverting that. It's just how it is. Now, do I agree with some complaint? I consider these valid complaints that Victor's getting changed, but the other champions aren't. Yeah, I think there's a reasonable complaint to be made there. That like it kind of feels a bit weird. That like Jace is maintaining Jace's base skin. Warwick is maintaining his base skin. Like a lot of these characters are maintaining their thing. I'm gonna be honest, Singe is the champion I would love to see an overhaul for the most to actually improve his visual style and architecture. They should listen, but not just do whatever is said like they have a gun to their head. Yes. Right? And that's probably what they're gonna do, honestly. Realistically, if anyone remembers what happened with Smolder on release, you'll see an example there of exactly this, right? As people said Smolder looked way too Disney and cartoony and not enough like a dragon, too human of a face, and it made quite uncanny and disconcerting, which I agreed with. And they changed that. It did take them some time to get the retexturing done, but it was basically done within a day or two. On their end, they just needed to get the implementation and actually put it through, and I can't remember if he released with that or not. But like that there is an example. Constructive, reasonable feedback. That is the important thing that needs to come through with that. If you don't treat the person on the other end like a human being and actually be nice, they're less likely to do what the fuck you said. Just how it is. Just saying. Okay, outside of actually doing the ability, going back to the stuff we're working on, outside of doing the ability, this is actually what the magical girl's going to be, so we're happy with that. I'm actually really happy with this. I think this is a great example of an annoying boss, but in a way that's like manageable. You're going to have to chase after her. She's going to be really awkward to deal with and fight, and that's fine. There is a bit of script that I do need to write at some point, and I'm going to make a note of this now. There we go. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a drops for the a script for drops related things to make sure that they drop in a location that is accessible. So for example, crates, they won't, if like with the magical girl boss, she won't like just go to like one of the inaccessible locations. You kill her and it drops the crate right there, so you can just never reach it. That's not fair for the player. That's actually really awful, and you'd feel like crap getting that happen to you. So we're going to probably make a thing where it will basically do like a quick area search around to find where the nearest non-wall location is. And drop it there. And we'll do that for EXP as well. And just go with that sort of design. I'm not going to implement that today. I'm probably not going to do too much more today. We might do a little bit of art or something to fuck around, but hey. I did that for your game, but did it very poorly. Yeah, it's a difficult one because there's different ways to do it. I want it to drop at location to be safe. There is ways to do it where it's like it drops at where it was, but then it gets pushed to a safe location, and all that. Like, I could make an argument about pickup range, but the crates are not a fair argument, right? Crates need to drop somewhere that the player can access. And that is what it is. And because we have a boss that can fly, at least a boss that can fly, we need to like sit there and think, okay, we need to give a way of ensuring that we have no problem with this. Right. By the way, I believe I've shown it already, but we do actually have the concepting done for the magical girl boss. I did it like up at one point. If my folder will let me open my files. Characters, enemy characters, bosses, Magic Girl Ace Bro. This was the concepting up for her. So this would be floating around and shooting little hearts at you. I did a while not trying. That is, dude. You basically sound like you BOGO sorted your way to an answer. That is horrendous. That is actually foul. No. Oh my god, no. Damn, you deserve fucking prison time for that code. Just saying this now. Right, I still love. So, have you come across when sorting algorithms, like the numbers for them to like see a iteration number, thing, right? I love when they're showing them, and it's just like, I wish I could remember all of them, but it's like nth to the value. Like it's some are like this, I believe. This is the sorting algorithm numeric, so it's like how many theoretical iterations are necessary. And it's not 4 iterations, it's to the nth to the iteration thing. So it can be quite a lot. You want to know what fucking... So this is the estimated. Normally, you'll have estimated and you'll have peak. And sometimes these will differ. So sometimes it will be estimated at 4, but the upper might be like 9. I know there's one that had that be the issue. Fun fact for BOGO sort. If anyone knows what actual BOGO sort is, Nya does, because he fucking did it, because he's a scummy person. I mean, what? BOGO sort has this as its, I drew that poorly. This as its, expected average. Yeah. 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 BOGO sort is horrendous. I have written a BOGO sort for fun, and it actually almost crashed my computer. And that was sorting 4 numbers. So, to explain some of these sorting algorithms, so there's linear something, I can't remember. There's some that will basically be like, hey, I'm going to branch these down and do comparisons and to their lowest point. Compare these, swap these, go back up, and then like redo this process until everything's in the order that it's wanted. And that's great. Cool. BOGO sort is literally random. It's literally take this, like, say 4 numbers, change their order in any possible way. Is this correct? No, do it again. Do not do BOGO sort unless you want to, like, not have a computer. I still love the story of how BOGO sort was done, because I believe it was for a challenge. And someone was, like, found that, and he got an award for it, I believe. So bad, though. Never do BOGO sort. Never do it. Because if you're wondering, by the way, I believe BOGO sort is literally shorthand for bogus sorting. Because it's not actually sorting, it's just fucking pure monkeys and typewriters kind of moment. If you random it enough, eventually it might end up with the correct outcome. And by the way, it doesn't random and not like, and save the randoms that you've done, it is full random every time. So it can just duplicate several times in a row even. Have most of the input of the function would be valid, so the random try until it hit valid spots quite fast. Yeah, and that's fine and safe, right? There's a lot of situations where that would probably be good. But, oh, sorry, I just saw something on Twitter that's just... I can show this. This is fine to show. So there's a series that came out earlier this year that is one of the peak animes of this year. It's one of the best animes. And season 2's coming up, and I'm fucking excited. You wanna know what series this is? This is all I'm gonna show you from it. Peak anime. Peak anime. That's the good shit. That's the good shit. Man, I can't wait to get cancelled for some reason because I like that series. Dude, that's a series I'd be happy to get cancelled over. I mean, well, maybe not happy, but you know. I reckon. No, nah, no. Having watched that stuff. But yes, gushing over magical girls. It's a good show. Good show. Good show. Yeah. Good stuff. If you haven't watched the series, look at some highlights on YouTube, if there are any, and see what you think of it. If you like satire and magical girls, you'll like it. That's the main things. Because you have to understand it's a satire series. It's a very funny satire series. You just have to get past the other stuff in it. There is stuff in it. There's a lot of stuff in it. Good lord, there's a lot of stuff in it. Actually, you know what? Let's piss around with a bit of art, shall we, for a moment? Floof. Exactly. It's floof. Do the icon for the pyro weapon. Okay. Oh, I mentioned this, I think, yesterday, right? But now, so with me having ordered the thing with the phone, I talked about it a little bit. So I'll just show what I'm talking about. So my phone is now right there. So I have an arm specifically for it. So I can actually look at things easily. But I can also drag it down real well and bring it to a side So I can actually use it for VTubing now more, if I wanted to. And I do have the Pro thing on the phone now, so I can do it without getting interrupted every 5 minutes. So we couldn't do more VTubing related content. But the main thing from that is that we can probably start actually like working on VTuber models on stream. Be a funny idea. There's a guy that's developing a game around VTubers to do like VTuber rigging and shit. Might be an interesting tool to learn and talk about, because it is actually a fairly profitable thing if you manage to establish yourself with it. Alright. You would need a very handsome daddy model, you know? Sure. To be fair, like that's the thing, is like I'd have to get the art skill to even draw the model initially, let alone like actually doing the other stuff for it, right? But we can make it like maybe one of the miniseries I do, right? Kind of like how we did the mobile game. So we did that miniseries where it was like go over how you would develop something like that really quick and easy. And while I never truly finished that series, pretty much everything you needed was there. So I accomplished what I set out to do. Or for some reason a bearded dwarf. You know, that would work. I don't know, I feel like I'm too like eloquently spoken to ever like do a design as a dwarf. Right? And not to say like I'm an eloquently spoken individual, it's just the way I speak I don't feel like fits dwarves very well. It would definitely be a more elven demon, right? Whisper into your ear about your car's extended warranty. Very hard to see in some ways. I do have my old, like, demon-ish design as well that I could probably bring out the closet and work on that, right? What do we think? I think that's pretty decent for it. I need to change the browns probably to a little bit more of like a flatter color. Because what was Sander's belt? Sander That's a bit more black for the belts. Transition from black to orange fur is pretty abrupt. It exactly overlaps on the rope. Yeah, it doesn't actually do that. So this is the 1.0 model, which is where we can get a good bit of the like visual idea of it. Doesn't exactly do that there, and it's not here either. This is, I think, one of the main images I was using as a reference point for kind of like how the tail looks. So it comes a bit past it, but like it depends on how intense do I want to actually get with the shading of it, right? I know, you're cool. It's a difficult one. I don't think there's a correct answer here. Because like I could probably just grab some of this and bring it down a little bit to spill in, right, like this. But like, how does this look good? It's like arguably no. In fact, it probably looks significantly worse. I don't know. Some ways it could look better. Could make it look good. But I feel like this captures like the loose idea of the tail enough that it's recognizable. Maybe I'm wrong on that. Again, we are trying to go for the effect of like fire. Right? So it's almost in a sense it's this end of the tail's fire, this end of the tail, the rest of it's not. Because keep in mind as well, like the icon is basically going to look like this in game most of the time, like their kind of size by comparison to the rest of the things. So I do need it to just be visible enough. I think like that's going to be roughly where it's going to see, like you see most of it, and from that I feel like you can tell that it's a bushly tail with the belts on it, with the fire on the end. I think that's probably what we need. Where am I looking? First flag. I didn't export. Export PNG. Weapons. Pyro swipe. We want to grab the icon. We can be lazy and drag this in because it's an icon. SP. Then we go to the and give it the icon. Cool. Now when we see Pyro Swipe in game, it'll have an icon. Easy as that. It's always a good time when I can just implement these things. This is the thing that I will say. If when you're getting into game development, is a big thing, you're gonna screw up a lot early. That's how that goes, right? So it's the same with anything. And every time you do a new project, you're going to screw up a bit. But one thing you're going to learn eventually is to try and find a way to make future use life easier. And like constructors are a great example of that. It's like these constructing these weapons every time. I have a very simple linear thing of icon goes here, and then whatever goes on past that is a sprite that I'll use somehow in the design of the weapon, be it its animation, be it maybe like an effect, I don't know, we'll see. And then run the functionality of what is going on roughly from here. I could probably slim this down even more if I wanted to. But again, that gets to that point of potentially too dry of code that creates an inverse effect, right? Where you sit there and go, it's so universally designed that it becomes just weak and shitty. And it means that I have to do so many case scenarios, and it just doesn't help you in any way, and it becomes overall detrimental. So, would not recommend that. Where am I looking? Looking here. I do need to probably start working on the sprint animation for Cinder, because then once we do that, we can probably work on the rest of her like bits and pieces that we need to do for the design. And it'll be nice to have all of that sorted out, right? Oh, so will that be in the case? Because what was it her passive? There was something she had where it's like when you deal damage, you can deal damage in an area as well. So item, periodic damage around you, kind of like Sunfire. Passive, gain bonus damage based on movement modifier. Okay. Yeah, I could see that. And then ability, deal damage, has a small chance of dealing damage in an area. There you go. So it's her ability? Am I really okay with giving that to everyone? I guess it's because what is her assist? Gain a boost of movement speed, increase damage based on movement modifier for a period of time. So it would probably be a snapshot thing for that. I don't know, would have to see. It might be a temporary ability pushed forward. And we'll go from there. I mean, unless I run it as a thing, then run it as a recycling function until condition finishes, and then I reset the assist, because that's probably how we're going to do that. Yeah. Also, I still love scrolling past certain abilities sometimes, because like some of them are in capitals, and it's just like, I will never ever move away from having "You Burnt Rice" as one of the fucking names of something for Onigiri. She deserves that as one of her abilities. I'm so pleasant to these VTubers, right? Again, it's honoring them, right? It's honoring them. In the way that they deserve, I guess. Spaghetti, code spaghetti, yo, dude. I could go for some spaghetti right now. I do have some pasta sitting there and some tomato, diced tomato in a can. Could make something. Don't make me more hungry now. I'm already hungry. Like, the moment we're done with stream today, I'm making food. That's the first thing I'm doing. But yeah, no, I didn't mention this properly, I don't think, but like I have gotten some parts today. I don't think the box is visible. Hey, hungry, I'm Nya. Ban. No. So there's a box over there though that I can tilt a bit to show. Yeah, you can see it right there beside my shoulder. That box, that's got a very expensive computer part in it that I bought. I'm happy that I bought it. Got it on Black Friday sale. It'd be a good piece for making the computer that I'm currently getting all theory crafted and finished up on. It's like a platinum PSU that was like $300, which is so fucking good. It's 1,000. Yeah, it's 1,000 watt. Platinum has like a bunch of its cables already pre-done up and stuff, which makes it pre-coned and shit. Very excited. It's going to be great when we go to make that. Glorious evolution. You know, can I say one thing about Arcane? And this is, I would argue not spoiler, but you can yell at me if this is spoiler. I'll put my hand up for this. So when the hand comes down, spoilers is over. So can I just say how fucking funny it is to me that the series started and everyone's like, oh, this is a story about Jinx, Vi, like primarily. And then it like basically became about Jason, Victor. Pretty much in the end. Kind of thought that was funny. Alright, and down. Spoiler over. Again, very light on the spoiler side, but I'm making an effort. I'm making an effort. We get one more week. One more week, no spoilers. Then once that week is over, we go for it. It's a free game. Get to start talking about it all the time. Oh. Kind of expected it would turn out like this. I mean, I'm not gonna say the same, definitely. Like, I was willing to see where they were gonna go. The fact that certain things happened in certain avenues, it made it was very clear it was gonna happen. But you know, I found it very interesting. Definitely a cooler story than I initially thought it was going to finish off with. And I'm glad. I still gonna talk about this. So with the people that I used to live with, right? I put Arcane, and this is when it was releasing. I put Arcane on the TV, and none of them wanted to watch. In fact, the head tenant at the time that was just being a complete bitch to me. She actually turned around on the couch and faced away from the TV. And I sat there and once the season had ended, the first season, I turned around and said, like, you should probably go watch it. And it's like, I don't want to watch it. It's like, well, why not? It's like, I don't think it's good. And this is why. And it's like, you got that from less than a minute of watching. Because that's all you looked at. And it's like, I know where it's going. It's like, no. You're just being a little shit. Look, don't get me wrong. You could be not in the mood to watch it. That's fine. I'm not going to say you have to be in the mood to watch it. But if you're going to falsely say that your mood isn't impacting it and say that the series is bad, well, it's probably because you're fucking being a little whiny shit. That was something that pissed me off, something fierce about that person. Is that, like, they would never admit to, when, like, an emotion might be influencing them, and just said everything because it was fact. Which I can't imagine doing your life like that. Because, I try and make an effort to never say something that I will regret. That I will truly regret. Everything I say, to an extent, I believe in. Even if it's maybe factually wrong, I believed in it at the time, and I'll accept that. But, like, letting your emotion dictate an opinion and not potentially accepting that, like, that's a temporary thing, I don't know. I get that. I can't understand that. It just seems really stupid to me. But to be fair, I basically believe that person was very stupid to begin with, so, you know. Hey, I mean, I know people that don't watch, like, Star Wars, right? And you might go heresy, and it's like, I kind of agree. But I agree for probably a very different reason. My argument is that it's a very core point of media in the modern day. There's a lot of things heralding from the original Star Wars that impact a lot of stories. It's a very, very core historical thing for that. But if you're not interested, you're not interested. If you tried to watch one of them and just really couldn't enjoy it, and you actually gave it a good solid try, I can't fault you on that, right? There's plenty of things I know are good and I don't like. That's fine. But that's that one thing of, like, as long as you can acknowledge what it means and what it does and not, like, falsely go about it. Because again, it's impossible to like, genuinely say that stuff like, again, Star Wars didn't have massive scale impacting to cinema and everything, right? Same as, like, Pulp Fiction, all that. But yeah, no, always acknowledge not only can your tastes change, your tastes can be impacted by just genuinely how you're feeling that day. The amount of times I've gone, like, you know what, I do not want to watch this or that at all today because I know I'm not in the mood for it. But I really want to watch it. Anime is a great example of that. Sometimes I'm really not in the mood for anime. Sometimes I'm really not in the mood for a game. Right? But yeah, birches do be birch trees. Is there anything else we want to do? Oh, bloody hell. Oh, I feel like we're really at a point where I just need to do more asset work. So we'll probably be doing a little bit more of, like, the theory of that and, like, some concepting maybe on streams moving forward. I talked about that already, like, last week, but, like, it's becoming very evident to me that I'm not got enough time in the day to get all of the characters stuff done, and realistically, designing and implementing the vast majority of the bosses is far faster than getting the assets done. Stop yawning. It's 1 a.m. for me, making sleepy. I mean, it's 1 p.m. Do you think it's any better that I'm yawning? It's actually a bad thing if I'm yawning this early. To be fair, I will be going to bed and probably, like... Actually, I don't know, because I might get dragged into playing Warframe till late. We'll see. But I think I'm going to call it here, because I am fucking hungry as hell. And I do kind of want to have a bit of a lie down and rest. I haven't had much to drink in terms of fluids, because I didn't fill my bottle fully. Or my cup. This cup. That I did this morning. So, with that being the case, thank you so much for watching. Hope you enjoyed. You're awesome. stay awesome, and I hope to see you again next time. Till then, bye-bye. You haven't taken a break? That's fair. I don't take breaks. Fuck breaks. Why would I take breaks?